Selam değerli dostlar. Hi dears. Welcome to the FemTech-Women in Technology event organized by Ministry of Transport, Communications and High Technologies and FemTech Female Founders Platform. Will be with us at 7:30 p.m. So stay tuned. Don't miss to join all sessions. Be active and enjoy the event. Now I am passing the stage to Mine, who is the moderator of Fireside Chat.
Warm introduction. And so I am just a brief information about myself. I'm Mine. I'm the founder of Stardust. It's a consultancy company helping startups and also the ecosystem to grow. And today we have Helena with us. She's the founder and co-founder of multiple startups, and she's also actively working with the startups, helping them. So we will be talking about how to be a female and how to thrive in the startup ecosystem as a female founder. So hi, Helena.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this.
By the way, since this is an online event, let's also talk about our locations and the situation. Are you safe and sound? And where are you at the moment?
Yep, definitely safe as sound as one can be. So home office for all of us. I am currently in Vienna, Austria. So hi from cold Vienna.
How are things in Vienna? How are you doing with
the stores opened last week, so people are doing the Christmas shopping. But yeah, with different rules. So a lot of very long lines on the roads because there is only few people that are allowed in the store at once. So it's strange. It's definitely a strange year, but we'll survive, right? We always do.
Yeah, we will for sure. And we're like startup people. We are resilient, so we can
That's true.
we can survive anything. Okay, so to briefly talk about your background, what were you doing before you became a founder of these companies?
So yeah, my background is in advertising, and I've been in advertising forever on client service side. So project management, client service strategies. I even spent a beautiful 4 years in Baku, Azerbaijan, running an international advertising agency in Baku. I think somewhere around 2015, 2016, I got involved in the startup world because one of my colleagues had a startup of his own, actually two startups, and he needed help in marketing, communication, branding, design, so things like that. So he approached, and we started working on his startup. And then he said, there is a big gap on the market. I was already then in Vienna. A big gap in the market that a startup cannot afford a proper marketing help. Because it's either too expensive or it's a very last thing on your to-do list, because we all know a startup founder has a big to-do list every day. And then we started thinking, how could we transform the service of a regular agency so that startups can afford marketing services. And that's where the entire idea of Startup Parat started. And that's how I got more and more involved into all kinds of startups, including tech startups. And since then, I've been really, really enjoying my time. I like what technology is bringing. I like the pace and the speed of the startup world. So it really gave me a totally new perspective than a traditional, let's call it traditional advertising.
Okay, so you're also a co-founder of 1 Million Startups. And so it was after startup product, right? So how did you, so, and you're like a team of 3 women, I guess, as far as I'm saying.
So I think,
how did you come together? How did you find each other?
Yeah, so I think that's very relevant for this particular talk, right? So we are in Startup Parat and in 1 Million Startups, which is my second startup endeavor. We are all women founders, 3 co-founders, and all women. So and most of the team that works for us is, I would say, 70% women. It wasn't on purpose. It happened by chance, but I'm super happy it happened by chance. So I was never too occupied by, being woman, or is it more difficult or is it easier for me? I didn't really go into that topic while I was, let's say, growing up during my career. Yeah. But then all of a sudden it happened that we had, that the people that I wanted to cooperate with were more women than men. So I guess we understood each other better, right? And
maybe
then
it's acting like a support circle.
Yes,
with women.
yes,
So like
yes.
maybe it's like you're supporting each other, and there's also a psychological benefit of being part of that circle.
Absolutely. And then, having that happen to me, so it was not on purpose. I consciously started, thinking about it more and more, and I understood that it's important to talk about it. Before I would kind of neglect that topic, and not consider it as something super important. I must say, I had luck. I never felt that I didn't have the same rights as men, right? So I didn't really, push the issue. But once we started being all women, and once, of course, the topic has become more and more important, I really am putting my time into talking about it, because I think that's important, to spread the word that we can do the same things as men.
Yeah. I think it's, by the way, it's going, I think, much better. And I will also be talking about like the current situation. But before going into that topic, so since you're like working with so many startups, it's not that only you have your own business, but you're also working with many kinds of startups. So what do you see as a biggest challenge of being a founder, as a startup founder?
Startup founder, sorry, in general, or female founder?
Female, I mean
female founder. Yeah. So I would say that there are many challenges that are the same for male and female, right? But there are a couple of things that are psychologically connected to women, right? First of all, we don't trust ourselves as much. We tend to question our decisions a lot. Am I good enough? Will I survive by myself? Is it the right time? So it's never the right time, right, to start your own startup. But we question a lot our abilities, right? There is for me, the most interesting data from the corporate world, right? When there is a posting for a new job, when a female is looking at a list of requirements, if she doesn't have 95% of all the requirements, she will not apply. If a guy looks at the same requirement list and he thinks he has 60% of all the requirements, he will go for it.
Yeah, I was reading a research about this. By the way, they've been doing so many researches that like how women are not like speaking up, or just like, being volunteered like for any project, that because they don't, as you said, they don't think that they are good enough. But for men, they are just like good because I mean, they're just like taking it for granted.
That's true, and that's something that we have to, like, I think work with and work on even during the education in many countries. It doesn't matter where you come from. I mean, things are really much more similar than we think all around the world. There are some differences in countries and cultures, but in general, the overall result is more or less the same everywhere.
Exactly. So, like, on your personal experience, coming from like a corporate world, I would say, like a more like a regular job, to having a business, like during that transition, what was the most challenging part, transitioning from a regular job to being a founder?
There were, and there are many, but I would say that for me personally, I was always mostly striked or always had the biggest a fear of, you have to earn money and salaries for yourself and your entire team, and that's a big responsibility, right? I mean, it's different when, even no matter how high is your position in a regular corporation, you never really have to physically earn the money, right? For
I mean, even if you have the pressure, the financial pressure to
That's
perform better, it's not like, so you're going to make the same amount of money even if you do well or not. So it's not going to change the amount of money that goes into your pocket when you're working at a regular job.
Yeah, you could get a bonus or not, but in general, your paycheck will arrive.
Yeah.
And here you need to take care of your paycheck, and not just yours, but also of the entire team. So that is a responsibility that comes along. So definitely that was, for me personally, the biggest. When I felt that pressure for the first time, I really had to find a way how to cope with it, right? So for me, that was challenging. And then the second thing that I always say, and that I like to emphasize, is just this thing that you have to get used to being super resistant to everything that comes around, and have this overall idea of yours always at the end of the tunnel, to shine the way, because there are a lot of, let's call them, challenges along the way.
Yeah. Once I was having like a fireside chat with a founder, and he was just like telling us that the life of an entrepreneur is like a sinus wave. So once you're up there, and the other day you're just like down below. So like, and we are all going through those ups and downs as like founders, as being in this the volatility in of the startup world. So how do you manage that volatility? How do you manage those ups and downs? Do you have like a tip you can share with the audience?
So you have to find that place within yourself. And one more thing, I don't want to be I don't want to discourage people around homes and offices that are watching us. Entrepreneurship is not for everyone. So and I think it's also very important for people who maybe are investigating, should they do it or not, if they feel somehow not secured about being alone, because you are most of the time alone as an entrepreneur, in terms of, you have to push things. If they are not really comfortable with all the insecurities that are coming, it's better not to try, right? And then on the other hand, if they feel that they want to try, no matter of their current situation, go for it, right? So it's really, if you decide that, you feel that that's your passion, that you want to do it, that you want to try, then it's really important, first of all, to understand that it's not going to be easy, to continue working even if you have some hard times. And for that, it's important to have something in yourself that kind of keeps you going. So some maybe even bigger goal than just, as we said, earning salaries. So you have to have that passion in you.
By the way, you mentioned something really important for the startup founders, the feeling of being lonely. So, I mean, most of the time, and since we are now all at home and we cannot just like socialize at offices or like other places, it is also even more important during this time. So, how do you overcome, or I would say, like, what do you think about having like a co-founder or like a team member that you can really trust? Would that just like ease that feeling of being lonely?
Absolutely. And I myself, I always had a co-founder, at least one. So I'm a co-founder person. I like sharing things with someone, right? Good ones and bad ones, right? So for me, that's important. So that's definitely one of the ways. If you feel that you have someone that you really see that you can work with and that you would like to share the entire journey, super. If not, what happened today, especially now after with this strange 2020, but what was happening a couple of years back is a big rise of networks. Like, for example, 1 million startups that I'm running is that kind of network. It's peer-to-peer support, right? So there are many female founders associations or networks that are really, really big support for a newcomer, right? So if you are considering, or you are already a female entrepreneur, and you are not part of any network, please do the research. There are really a lot of good things happening. I think that what's good about women in business, we tend to support each other a lot when we find ourselves on the same network, the same environment. So that helps a lot.
So, by the way, how do you specifically help the women in your network with 1 million startups? So what are like if they want to join this network, how can they join, and what are like those areas that you help them with?
Well, 1 million startups is not only supporting women, but since we are 3 co-founders females, we do a lot. We do a lot of programs for females just because it's us. So the basic support, as I said, is peer-to-peer network. So once you join the 1 million startup platform, and you can do that online, it's free for everyone. You become part of a community, right? So then there's this peer-to-peer communication and support that is just happening naturally, right? Then secondly, there is a free education programs. So we try to empower entrepreneurs or people with ideas to become entrepreneurs and to start a startup, right? And then there is also get different events that you can become part of. Before this year they were live, this year they're digital, and also investors that are overseeing what's happening on 1 million startups network all the time. And so a good connection point for partners, startup partners, associations, or eventually investment opportunities, funding opportunities. So I would say peer-to-peer communication, education, and then the ecosystem with investors.
Okay. And like when you look at the whole portfolio, I would say, that you interact with, how do you see that division between tech and non-tech startups? I mean, do you see more tech startups, or like is it like a blend?
Yeah.
Or do you see like a specific area where they are now mostly focusing on?
I think that startup world in general, if you look at history, not a long history, but history is mostly connected to the Silicon Valley, right? And the rise of startup world, and that's tech, right? So I think for a lot of people, and and for a long time, when you said startup, or when you're saying startup, you are thinking tech. Something has to do with tech. So there is, I would say, still a big amount of startups that are dealing with some kind of technology. However, what I like to point out as well is that you can be a startup, and you can innovate, and you can disrupt something, even if you're not fully tech person, or even if you're not leaning on technology, right? especially if we look today into the sustainability that we are all very concerned of, right? So startups that are into social impact, for example, are also very, very interesting. So I see the rise of those, and I see somehow an acknowledgement of so you can be a startup even if you're not super techy or using the latest technology, or you're not promoting the latest technology. Although, to be totally honest, startup scene is still perceived as quite technological, of course, because technology helps us to innovate, right? So,
but do you think, because like most of the women, because they don't just like perceive themselves as being a tech person, and that's why we have like less number of students in STEM divisions, or like that we see like less women in those tech startups. But as you said, they don't have to be really a techie person or like having a tech background to work in a tech project. So do you also like experience that barrier, that women having that barrier in their heads and like being intimidated by the idea of like maybe they're not really applying to the project, even though they might add value to that project, but like seeing that is a tech project, maybe they are not even applying, or like either being just like, you know, supportive of the team. Maybe they are really like, well, having that knowledge or like the experience, and they would add really a great amount of value to that project, but maybe they're not even taking that step into being part of it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think that the technology, if we are not coming from the technology sector, and I was not, so I really had the learning curve, but I was super attracted to that. And I said, okay, I'm sure I can learn something. I can be helpful to that sector, even with my knowledge that is not in technology. I understand how intimidated it can be. So as I said, technology world, let's call it that way, needs other skills as well. So it's not necessarily that if you don't have a tech background that you cannot be an important player or a co-worker in a technology sector. So definitely see what your knowledge or passions or where your expertise is, and if you're interested to join, you know, talk to people that are running those kind of companies or startups. If you consider joining a startup that is technological, there are many things, many positions that are filled in with non-tech people, right? Because other skills are needed as well, like in any other business, right? There are many layers and many departments that are running a business. So the same is with the tech world. So yeah, do not be intimidated by that. But also, very importantly, I think it's you know, technology is changing everything so fast. We are witnessing that day by day. It is important to get some kind of, to learn all the time and get some kind of knowledge in that sector as well. You don't necessarily need to become a super coder tomorrow, but at least understand how this world operates and functions, right? Because it is it is our present, but it's definitely even going to be more visible in the future. And this long ongoing learning process is going to be reality for all of us.
Yeah, that's so true. By the way, I have like a little message to our audience. If you have any questions, you can just like put them on Facebook Live, and we will also be tapping on to those questions. So you raised a very good point. So we were mostly thinking about Silicon Valley as we were thinking about like tech startups. So we were like more relying on that area of the world. But now, how do you see that shift? Because it's not only Silicon Valley, even in the United States, now there's this boom in the Texas region where the startups are also like having a different ecosystem there. So how do you also see Europe and like other regions in terms of the startup ecosystem, like the Asian part of the world dealing with the startups and the initiatives, the support and everything?
Yeah, I think that probably it would be difficult to find a position on Earth today that doesn't have some kind of startup ecosystem. It doesn't have to be super big, but you know, startup as a term became present everywhere, and I think that's good. Not just because, you know, we could go into discussion what is a good definition, the true definition of a startup, but that's why I always like to say this entrepreneurship, or encouraging people to be entrepreneurial, spread around the world with startups, and I think that's really good. As you said, Asia is definitely very good in startups. I mean, they are leading the way in many things, especially medical and biomedical stuff. So, you know, a big market and big opportunities there, even for people to work for startups, for investors, and so on and so forth. Big ecosystem. Europe is really interesting for me because, I mean, as we know, Europe, right there, a lot of small countries that are actually having some of their own rules and cultures. But again, I think that in every single country in Europe, you can find a good cities with good startup ecosystems. So that's definitely changing in terms of that. Europe is becoming more and more active in that area. Some countries less, some more, but you know, you can find nice opportunities. And also, what is very interesting for me in Africa, there are many innovations that are just, you know, coming from even some really difficult economies, because the more difficult the situation is, you know, you tend to disrupt, right? You need to solve a problem. And that's where good entrepreneurial and startup ideas are coming to surface very easy and fast. And when we are talking about female in startup world, I mean, comparing US and Europe, more or less we are on the same level in terms of female are still, especially in tech startups, female leaders and founders are still a minority. Although we are going in a good direction. For example, in the last 5 years, now we have 20% of all tech startups has a female leader, right? All around the world. So in last 5 years, we grew from 0 to 20%, which is good.
Yeah, 20% I think is great in such a short time.
Yeah, it is. And big tech companies also, as we all read, are working more and more on this gender diversity, killing the gender gap, so that, you know, even in big tech companies, you have more and more female leaders on managerial positions. So that's really a good sign, right? And good step forward. Although the big problem remains, and that's the investment part, as we spoke briefly before before our call.
I think the reason is.
Yeah, so the overall impression is that investment circles are still all boys, club. So they tend to invest more into their own circle, being male. There was a big research done in 2019 where actually the female investors that are lesser, so there is around 15% of female investment, that's an estimate. The female investors do tend to invest more into female startups. So a female investor would invest almost half of her portfolio into female-led startups. So, you know, the more women become investors, the more we will, right?
Yeah.
I think that's one good way. But yeah, it seems that it's still a man's world.
Yeah, you know, I was this is like the famous talk of Sheryl Sandberg, where she's talking about like a meeting she has been to, like at a plaza, a big investment company, and they're having this meeting, and she had to use the ladies' room, and she asked where the ladies' room was, and no one knew, because until then there were there has not been even a single female sitting on the table for investment talk. So no one knew where the ladies' room was. So
that's a very good anecdote. Says everything, right?
So I mean, yeah, we should definitely have more investors, like women investors in the ecosystem, so they're supporting more women as founders. And there's one question, by the way: how do we extend women's networks to accommodate all women entrepreneurs?
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, as I said, there are really a lot of good female networks around the world, I would say. But let's concentrate on our part, Europe. Let's call it Europe. And, you know, I don't know where the guests are coming, the audience is coming from today, mostly.
Let's say Eurasia.
Yeah, okay. There are really a lot of good networks. So first of all, join, right? If you really want to support for yourself and support other female founders, please join one of the networks. I mean, I'm sure that with a simple Google search, you'll find really several good options. And secondly, I think it's important to talk, right? So we, as we said now, things are kind of looking good, right? We see this increase of female entrepreneurs and female tech founders. And, you know, we are talking about this increase in last years. I don't know, in the US, you have more than 12 million female owned business, female founders, right? Yeah, not just in the startups, but in general, entrepreneurs. So the numbers are good, but then when we come to this part of having funds for actually running your business, you see that there is a huge gap. So there is no way that you can we can really grow a lot if there is not enough funds are not coming into female businesses, female-owned businesses. So it's still important to talk about it a lot, and to be a support to each other, right? So to really, if you have a female friend that would like to do something, or she started but she's stuck, you know, be a good support to her, or advise if you know a good female association, online digital platform, you know, bring her on. So it's important to be aware of this and to talk about it more, and to obviously we need a little bit more push than males, so let's help each other.
Yeah, definitely. And like, as we were talking about this, we were specifically, by the way, talking about this, how men are just like, if you're in the same room with men and women, usually the women have more like distance, but like men, they just like, you know, they call themselves like bro, and they just like bond together. They bond so easily. I mean, the conversation flows so easily. But with the women, you need to just like, you know, get familiar. Then the conversation has to come to a point where you feel yourself intimate with each other. So it doesn't happen all of a sudden. So, you know, with women, it's probably much easier. So, I mean, you really made a good point, like supporting each other, so that, because we are all going through the same challenges, same stories. So I mean, just like, why not learn from our own challenges, learn from our own stories, and like support the ones that are facing those challenges that we've already been to. So
that's true. And with that, you know, us alone being more active and helping each other, you know, the community of female founders also becomes stronger, right? So
exactly.
yeah, definitely. I, as you said, I also believe that we somehow do not network as easy, and do not go directly to the topic, you know, business topic, without and a good amount of small talk. So yeah, men do it differently. But that doesn't mean that that our way is worse. It just means that we need to, you know, be more conscious about it, and start pushing ourselves to network more.
Yeah, even like like talking about money is not as easy for a woman to talk about money as it is for a man, because they're just like easier with talking about this. So there's another question, by the way, I'm just like connected. Is it easy to get investment as a female founder? We already talked about that, but maybe this is one of the things where it's more challenging for women because they cannot ask for money or they cannot talk easily about money. They're not maybe like comfortable with talking about money.
That's true. That's true. That's also part of the, I would say, culture or bringing up, or but it's very similar, as I said before, in many regions in the world. We just do not talk about it that easily. So maybe we also need to change a bit, right? And start being more courageous and understand that's how the world is functioning. You know, when you need money, you have a good idea and you need money, you go and ask for it. Otherwise, no one will come with it, right? And offer you if they don't know what you can do. So be a bit more vocal about what you're doing. And as I said, the statistics of investment in female founded businesses, or in tech especially, are not super positive, but still don't be discouraged. Go and ask for it. And then still there are people that are investing and that like to invest into female founded businesses. There is a really good data that kind of goes on our side, that kind of covers our back, is that businesses that are owned and run by female founders or CEOs have 35% return on investment.
Wow.
So that
would be a strong point.
Yeah,
this is a very strong point as you are looking for an investment.
Yeah, so we are good when we do business, when we run things. So we just need to be, as I said, more vocal, more present. And of course, this funding part needs to change. But I hope that with the growth of the community of female founders and investors, that will also change.
Okay, so as we are coming close to the end of our question, I would like to ask you two more questions. One is, what would you have done differently if you were to start over?
Okay, I know the answer to that question, and because that's true, that's my truth. So I was really thinking for a long time, should I start my own business or not? And to be totally honest, I started my own business with the first co-founder by accident, if we may call it that way, or by chance. I always felt really good in the business world, and I was happy with my career. I thought I would like to try something by myself, but I never thought I would succeed. So I was the one of those asking, am I good enough? Is it the right time? What will happen with this or with that if I start now? What if it doesn't go well? So I won't have money. So I really didn't go for it when I felt that I should open something, to create something of my own. So the biggest advice to myself would be, trust yourself more and start as soon as you feel it.
Take action. I always tell the startup, take action. Don't overthink, because I think that's one of the things with the women too. We overthink. We think a lot so that we don't go into that phase where we need to take the action.
Yeah, overthink and analyze and always find 1 million of reasons why we shouldn't do something. So yeah, I'm totally that kind of person. So I was it took me time. So the big advice to myself, a younger self, would be go for it earlier. As soon as you understand that you have enough knowledge or enough solid grounds for the idea that you would like to develop, and a plan in mind, understanding. Of course, I mean, when we say go for it, of course, there is a big research part that you need to do before you start your own business, and you need to have a plan, somehow a business plan, right?
Exactly.
Not to go into it like, okay, I want to do something, but I didn't answer 2 million questions. So you have to do the preparation properly. But this part that always kind of keeps us back, not wanting to risk, that's where I would say, when you did your homework, go for it.
Okay, that's really great. And one last question. This is about your business, about like your own expertise. So as a startup, what's the marketing, like how marketing adds value to a startup? Because like sometimes what I see is because of wrong marketing or maybe non-marketing, startups just fail. I mean, I usually see this as a problem with a startup. So how would you advise them to act in terms of marketing?
Yes, thank you for that. So first of all, what I would like to advise to every startup founder that depending on which stage of development they are in, but even when they are very early on, do not neglect marketing, or let's call that communication in general. I understand that product is the most important thing, because without a product, there's nothing to sell, right? Nothing to offer. But do not neglect marketing as the last thing on your list all the time, because at one point you will have to offer that product of yours to certain customers, right? That's where marketing comes in. Marketing is really very important part of the business. Without bringing out the message that you have this and that, and bringing out a message to the right target group, no one will know that you exist, right? So marketing gets high on the priority list after you, of course, finish your product, do the beta phase or MVPs or whatever is depending on in which sector you are starting your business in. But that is, I would say, crucial pillar of your revenue stream. So it is important to start thinking about marketing, about the brand, about what you represent, how you want to communicate really early on. Then, of course, prepare your product. And then as soon as you have the thing that you would like market to test, at least at the beginning, go and talk about it. Ask someone to help you how to talk about it, because that's what marketing is. If we simplify it so fully, right? You want to bring out the message about your product.
And I think especially during these times, it is even more important, because I mean, like, I don't know how many new products are released each day around the globe. So I mean, it's almost impossible for the consumers to keep track of it and to be aware of it. So as you said, I mean, marketing, I mean, at the first stage, it's about the awareness, even knowing that product or service exists, because sometimes we don't even know that it exists.
You are right. And I think also maybe a good tip or useful tip for people that are starting, that are in an early stage phases. Think about a market where you want to test your product, or where you want to launch your product. So, and keep that market rather small than big, right? So start thinking, I don't know, I'm launching something, and let's first test 2 cities in my country, for example, in Azerbaijan. Okay, Baku, of course, is the biggest city, but or find your target group within the community. So the really niche community that you would like to talk to, because that helps you even test more what you are doing and see how people are responding, right, to your product. So don't go super big at once, because for that you really need to have a lot of money, and startups usually do not have big budgets for marketing. And the bigger your target audience is, the more budget you need, right? So start with small, and then grow from there.
Exactly. Be lean, act agile. So these are really important.
That's true.
I mean, and these were all, I think justified during this time of pandemic, like being agile, being quick to take action. We saw that this is what's making a difference.
Absolutely. I think businesses that moved quickly, that embraced quickly that everything is online now, whatever that means. In every sector, online has different phase, right? But whoever, transformed the thinking fast this spring, sees the results, right?
Exactly.
And of course, I mean, this was such a shock to all of us, because it really changed how we live day by day. There were people who were more I mean, who they needed more time, right, to react. You know, what to do now, how to live now, how to grow my business. If I was totally offline and now I have to go online, what to do, right? How to innovate. So businesses that had that that flexibility and that kind of thinking, as you said, that were agile and lean, that had this company culture, where survived at least, right?
Exactly.
Or even
True.
some of them made money.
Yeah,
in this
so
crisis.
true. Okay, so it was great talking to you.
And thank you very much.
You shared so many valuable tips for either like the early stage founders, or let it be like the potential founders, even if they even have an idea and they don't know how to start. So the message is, do start. Don't overthink about it, and just like take action and start it.
Yeah, and use this power of communities that are really now available online.
Exactly. So Nazrin, do you have any closing remarks? Okay, so thank you everyone for being part of this and watching us, and have a great and safe day.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello. My name is Leila Seydzadeh. Today I will be moderating the session, Girls, Women in Technology. The panel organized in the frame of Innovation Week. And glad that this topic was selected as one of the important topics to be covered during the week. And we have very interesting agenda today. We have honorable guests from Azerbaijan and abroad. We have guest speaker as well by the end of our panel, and also we have a collective intelligence exercise. So let me first of all introduce our guests. Beate Dobsa, founder of Travelly from Denmark. Adele Yarulina, European Project Manager at European Startup Network from Belgium. Ayan Karimova, Board Member of Innovation Agency Azerbaijan. And Leila Baghirzadeh, Co-Founder at Sana Distributed Healthcare System and Board Member of Blockchain Switzerland. So before I move to our first question, I want to pass the word to my colleague from Accelerator Lab, Nergiz Guliyeva, because we are planning some interesting exercise for the audience, and we expect the active participation of the audience as well, not only our guest speakers. So now I'm passing the word to Nergiz, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Leila. Dear guests, distinguished panelists, welcome. Now I'll be switching and giving the instruction in Azerbaijani in regards to our collective intelligence exercise. Hürmetli iştirakçılar ve panelistler, herkese hoş geldiniz. İndi isə mən kollektiv zəka çalışmasına keçmək istəyirəm. Moderatorlardan xahiş etmək istəyirəm ki, şərhlər bölməsində mural linki bizim izləyicilər üçün paylaşsınlar. Əla. Demək, hər kəsə aydın olsun deyə, Azərbaycanda İnnovasiya Agentliyinin məlumatına görə, məlumat bazasına görə 237 startup təsisçisi yer alır və onlardan yalnız 13% qadınlardır. Xahiş edirik ki, hörmətli izləyicilər, öz fikirlərinizi bizimlə paylaşasınız. Ölkədə qadınların texnoloji sahələrdəki iştirakını artırmaq üçün nə etmək olar? Bu öz fikrinizi paylaşmaq üçün demək ekranın sol tərəfindən, sol panelindən deməli stikeri seçirsiniz. İstənilən rəngdə, istənilən formada seçə bilərsiniz. Demək stikeri götürüb bizim səhifəmizə qoyursunuz və beləliklə onu həm böyüdə bilərsiniz, balacalandıra bilərsiniz, sizə necə uyğundur. Bir dəfə klikləsəz onu artıq nəsə yazmağa bilərsiniz. Tutalım. Və əgər bir fikirdən daha çox fikirləriniz varsa, lap yaxşı, digər stikeri götürüb paylaşa bilərsiniz. Yenə təkrar etmək istəyirəm ki, bizim çalışmamızda ölkədə qadınların texnoloji sahədəki iştirakını artırmaq üçün nə olmalıdır sualına cavabdır. Sizin deməli bu səhifə, mural səhifəsi panel zamanı açıq olacaq. Panelistlərimizə dinləyib və öz fikirlərinizi sualınıza cavab olaraq göstərə bilərsiniz. Çox sağ olun. Leyla xanım.
Çok sağ olun Nergiz Hanım, çok sağ olun. Thank you Nergiz. So we are going back to our guests, and my first question, I think we are all, this panelist is represented not only by different countries, but also the areas. Like myself and Nergis, we are from international organization, we are from UNDP, we have people from the government, and we have people from real life, like business area, where women, I know where women fight a lot for their space. So my first question will be, why we are all from all these different fields are so much involved in this issue? Why the girls are underrepresented in the technology field? And I would like first of all to ask Ayan, who is from Innovation Agency of Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Lana. Dear participants, I would like to greet all of those who participate here and participants from the panel. Thank you for providing such opportunity for raising this topic today. First of all, it should be known that the biggest problem of girls' law involved in IT lies in the old mental stereotypes that a woman should be a doctor or a teacher, and most importantly, a good housewife. We often come across the beliefs of men that women don't need to know science. They don't need to build a career. It's not secret that for a long time, a university diploma was considered an additional to the dowry of a young wife. Of course, traditions is also important for us, but which is why times are challenging and many stereotypes have lost their positions today. Every day brings new technological solutions into our life. The world is moving forward with tremendous speed, and it's gratifying that today's statistic of girls' education is technology faculties which must higher than it was 10 years ago. For example, statistic for the last academic year, 34-35% of girls study STEM. And now a doctor, even in the most remote village, works with the help of technology, which means that no matter what kind of profession a person chooses, one way or another, it will be associated with technology. Personally, I graduated from Azerbaijan State Economic University, but my career path led me to Innovation Agency. At the beginning of my career in 2013, this area seemed me to a dark forest, and there were practically no women around me in this area. Words such as startup, technology transfer, information technology, business angel were new in my vocabulary. But over time, it was able to adapt in this area, which has now become a part of my life. And we were also able to achieve recognition of this word throughout Azerbaijan and development local startup to the world level. Working with startups is incredibly challenging, but also interesting and fun at the same time. Every day at Innovation Agency, we meet a huge number of different projects in the field of technology and learn a lot from them. Many people still have a stereotype that the IT sphere is only IT specialists and programmers. It's not true. That is, in order to work in the field of IT and STEM, girls have a huge choice from a digital marketer to a nanobiotechnology engineer. And most importantly, now no one dares to call the sphere a male sphere, since the contribution of women in the sphere is significant. Without them, the modern technology world will be very different. It's a rapidly growing industry that offers the most attractive jobs and the most promising opportunities today. These are the professions of the future. Thank you, Lila.
Thank you, Ayan. So we heard some reasons behind the girls being underrepresented represented from Azerbaijan. But what about other countries? Maybe Beata?
Hi everyone from Denmark. What I think, and I've been thinking a lot about it, and I discussed it with lots of people as well. I think there are some stereotypes related to different job, how do you say it, careers, and then tech is especially one of them. I think, just drawing from my own perspective, when I think about someone pursuing a career in tech, I would normally think about a man, and I know it's not very good. And I think that's what we should, or that's what I'm trying to break the bias, because I think men can do very well in technology, and so can women. And I think that applies for actually every career path one might want to take. So yes, that's what I think.
Thank you, Adela.
Yes. So hi everyone. Salam. Good afternoon. It's nice to be here, first of all. So to answer your question, Leila, I would say that first of all, it is indeed and unfortunately exact. Many women do not pursue or persist in IT careers, and it's certainly not because of a lack of motivation or a lack of talent. That's for sure. So the situation is real, mainly because women face barriers, conscious or unconscious, implicit or explicit prejudice, as well as unequal access to funding and resources, which is extremely important, pay inequity, among other things. I've also had a look at the numbers when it comes to studying in the field in the European Union. These are quite recent statistics. Overall, considering upper secondary level and above, girls and women are still underrepresented in the field, accounting for only 17% of all IT students in the European Union. So education is, for me, therefore, the first hurdle, the first obstacle that women face on their path to tech. And this is the case not only for Europe, but also worldwide. And the role of industry, academia, education is very essential to raise awareness and challenge traditional approaches to careers, advice, and recruitment.
Thank you. So we heard that this is not only obviously not the case for Azerbaijan, not even for the Europe. What about Leila, who is from Azerbaijan but living in Europe, in Switzerland, and who is the founder of Swiss and Alternative Financing, and founder and president of Global Oracle Association for Leaders. So how does it feel to be from Azerbaijan in Switzerland, in underrepresented category, in tough category for ladies? So what do you think about it?
Hi Leila, hi everybody. It's nice to meet you, all of you, and it's a pleasure to be among our panelists. So yeah, I mean, you know, today in general, like except in Switzerland, where like we have a lot of opportunities to develop for sure, but today it's the world is a home of around 1.8 billion young people, with close to 90% that living in developing countries, and use in many developed and developing countries, especially for girls and young women. They face disproportionate exposure to poverty and unemployment. So youth have the right to achieve full economic, social, and digital inclusion. And saying that, it's very important here. Also, one of the focuses, it's creating partnerships with world leading organizations, especially, you know, that I'm based in Geneva. There are a lot of international organizations, so we can really make a focus on it, and and going further for digital transformation by empowering and engaging youth, especially young girls. And I'm agreeing with all my speaker colleagues that enhancing education, workshops, networks, and can open doors to youth to develop themselves. And yeah, in Switzerland currently, we also challenge, how to say, we all the time encourage women to go into the IT field, but still, even from my own experience, when I started to take an education for blockchain fields, I have been the only girl among all the men getting the certificate of advanced studies on blockchain, let's say. So it's still here. It's also in Switzerland. It's existing lack of, let's say, empowering of women in this field. So yeah.
Thank you, Leila. I was also like one women only for all blockchain events wherever I participated. So quite understandable. And I think my question would be to Beata, Adele, and Leila, for those who founded startups and work with, I think, startups in other countries. So what do you think, like, maybe a little bit from your own experience? Usually when we have some role models and some strong women who managed to build their career in this area, we spoke about achievements and successes, but I would like just to ask you, what were the challenges on your personal in your personal experience, and how you managed to overcome this, and what was behind the success? So maybe from challenges to the results. Beata.
Yes, I definitely have been experiencing different challenges. I don't know if it's very much about, you know, being a female founder or solving a female problem, but I heard some people talking about different bias when it comes to funding, and when it comes to female-founded companies being underfunded. And I also have been rejected for different opportunities, and I'm again not sure. I mean, actually, I know for a fact that some of my applications maybe weren't that the best, so I totally understand. Some might have been yes, judged on a slightly different basis. But anyways, how I tackle the challenges. So I've been participating a lot of when it comes to, let's say, funding. I've been participating in a lot of workshops, and one in particular highlighted that the questions that are asked from female founders are slightly different than the questions that are asked from male founders. And meaning, just very quickly to sum it up, that the questions male founders get are normally rather about their successes. For example, where do you see yourself in 5 years? What is this going to become? All these like positive questions. And women tend to be asked things like, how will you protect your market share? More these a little bit more negative type of questions. And of course, this is it has been my opinion. It's also researched, and there are different articles, including Harvard Business Review, about this. And how I go about it, I tend to communicate when I pitch, but just in general, when I do business, I always communicate my vision for my company. And whenever I get a question that's a little bit more negative, or a little bit not really like setting me up for success, I just answer the question politely, but I still turn it into an answer that the person who hears it makes sure that I know that this has future, and I really believe in it, and yeah, it's going to be a success. And I think I talked to a lot of men about it, and I know that they are nailing these type of answers, and I think women can nail it as well. So that's what I've been trying to do.
Thank you. And maybe others, this is very interesting on the negative questions, like this biased questions. So maybe some same experiences or something else. Adele, please.
Yes, so here, as I'm working at the European Startup Network, we are based in Brussels in Belgium. I thought maybe it would be interesting to give here a different perspective, so more a short overview about the situation of female tech founders in Europe. And last year, actually at ESN, we conducted an in-depth study of the European startup together with the European Commission, where we gathered insights from the founders of startups on the needs and challenges they face. And I will share the link with you in the chat as well, so you can have a look, because I think there are a few interesting insights, and I would like to share a few today. For example, in terms of founders profile, indeed, we found that the large majority of the startup founders in Europe are male, and this is a fact, and I'm witnessing it every day, actually. So as also for the sector of activity, there is not so surprisingly, again, notable disparities when it comes to gender in the sectors such as software as a service and IT and software development. Now, regarding the founding teams, what we found is that the overwhelming majority of startups were founded by all male teams, with just 8% of them founded by all female teams. And the remaining 25% was founded by a team including at least one man and one woman, which is actually a shame, I find, because as it has been demonstrated, women-led companies tend really to require less VC while delivering higher returns, because indeed, female entrepreneurs have much more difficulties than men in raising finance for their ventures. That's a fact. And I would like to cite here also a Boston Consulting Group study, a recent one, where it has been shown that women outperformed their male counterparts despite raising less money. A survey, another survey of nearly 600 founders also found that those who were part of a team with a female founder performed 63% better than all male counterparts. Can you imagine? So these are really important numbers, I find. And so greater gender diversity is really correlated with higher profitability, innovation, value creation. So yes, it's much better to start with a team, to start a startup with a team with a rich diversity of perspectives consisting of men and women. That's really my message.
That's right. These numbers that women are outperforming guys, they are more reliable, this and that. I mean, we all the time get the statistics, but for some reason, we don't see this shift, or the shift is really slow. But we'll get back to this discussion, why it happens so. But before this, we'll listen to Leila, and then, yeah, to the next question.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, I mean, being here again in Switzerland, I started very early after my, let's say, master's. I started to looking for a job, and then afterwards, when you know, it's not easy to develop straightforward your career, even you had a very good, you have a very good background, let's say, behind you. So after a lot of receiving a lot of no's, let's say, negative answers, it drives me even more. So I encourage all the girls like to never give up and going further. And it even encouraged me to start my own, let's say, startups and and going further. So I'm joining to, again, for example, to Adele's speech that, for example, there are a lot of males around us. And in 2017, I started to get involved into, you know, IT field, learning about innovative technologies, about IoT device and everything. And I found a team, a fully like male team, that I co-founded a company which was in a healthcare field, applying blockchain technology. But I felt like, okay, I'm very good on business and financial side, but I had a lack of a information technology side. So I went further. Again, I started to invest myself, to go to the workshops, to get my education, getting my certificate. So approaching myself to just move forward in order to fulfill this gap with knowledge, experience. And it's very important to surround yourself with the right people, right portfolio of partners that will boost you, support you tomorrow. Nevertheless, you are you're a female. So and it's true that it's not easy to, for example, with the raising funds but anyway, we see that women can really be successful, even though in IT field, let's say. And afterwards, I came up with the idea of creation of an NGO and creation of a faculty about blockchain technology, and to create opportunities to the other young ladies, and not only, but also like to empower them to start their own startups, to go further, to create opportunities and to spread it to the world, to the other generation. And last year I had opportunity to speak about it at the Azerbaijani French University, where it was all in bachelors and a few, let's say, girls, but mainly young male students, and they were I was very happy with the outcome when they came up to me and they said that you inspired us to create something, to be part of creating of startups, being part of field projects. And in the future, by the way, one of the ideas of my NGO is to create synergies between universities and startups. It means that providing a chance to students to make an internship or field project for startups who doesn't have let's say who doesn't have funds to invest in it. So it's win-win situation for startup to make work done, for students to have an experience and get internship in the future, and between two universities and startups, creating a synergy between them. So various ideas, let's say, to share about.
Thank you so much. And actually, we would love to hear more details on this initiatives, because this is also one of my questions. So I will try to merge this two. What do you think is the really good motivator for the girls and young professionals? What motivates girls to start and to continue this quite a challenging path? And what are the role of the platforms or NGOs or any other organizations, structures which help? Like they have, of course, they have this mission and vision to help the girls, but does it really help? And what are the real tools they have to use? So maybe Ayan, as innovation agency, will give us more perspective, and then we move further. Thank you.
As for motivation of girls, of course, first of all, this is a personal example. Everyone who was able to build their career in their male active world must show their example. And it doesn't matter if it will be communicating with hundreds of girls or at a conference or with one neighbor girl. I think that this example of success story should also be transmitted through available channels, radio, TV, social videos. The main thing is to change the approach of parents who don't allow their daughters to study in this area. Mass propaganda will help people who think differently to accept the new realities of the world. And girls will not be afraid to the same sphere or education and career in the general. Second, equality in pay between men and women. Distribution of bonuses and benefits from employers not by gender, but by employee productivity. This issue is widely discussed at very many events as well as state level. Many large world companies no longer indicate the gender of the future employer, and etc. It's recruitment requirements. The trend for equal pay is gaining momentum. In our country, the tech gender gap is less than 25% of employers of large technology companies are women. But the fact is that there are less and less girls among those applying for all kinds of volunteers program and internships in this area. For example, in Innovation Agency, in the last program of interns in programming and engineering, out of 12 participants, 6 were girls. And generally, I hope that this discussion will help us all and lead to new opportunities in this sphere.
Thank you, Ayan. So I understand that there are big issues like parents, gaps in legislation, pay gaps, and etc. So yes, and we as a country are working on this, I know. But what about other organizations? Like what about the organization on this network, startup network? Does it help in Belgium to build the connections for women, or how, or maybe it helps in any other way, or advocates for some policies. So what is the role and how it works?
Yes, so for the European Startup Network, indeed, we are the voice of startups in Europe. We are not particularly focused on female-led initiatives, but it is definitely part of it. And we actually represent startups on the European level. We participate in policy making. But what I wanted also to highlight here is that we have indeed in Belgium clear initiatives which are very much focused on women, actually. As for example, we have women.code.be, which is a niche community that unites women who code, for example, in Belgium, really focused on women who code. And this organization provides them with a friendly, safe, harassment-free environment. Then we have a few other initiatives, such as, for example, Women Who Code, another one which empowers women in technology. We have the B Code School, and there actually they are in the same building than the European Startup Network. And the founder of the B Code School was also the president until recently of the European Startup Network. So it's a school that gives particular attention to women. And I would like to share here in the chat 2 inspiring stories of women who really took over IT and share it. So I will share it with you in the chat. And then in Europe, yes, we have many initiatives that are very important in changing things, changing perceptions. For example, the Code Week with the Women Code Festival. I will share the link. It's very important, actually. I think that I mean, to have clear initiatives can really motivate girls to pursue IT careers.
That's that would be great if you share real life examples, and that usually inspires a lot. And Leila, what about your organization? You mentioned NGO and the platform you created to support women.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. So as I mentioned before, I mean, there are a couple of options that I'm working on. It's first, I made a partnership with International Academy in Montreux in Switzerland. And we, in cooperation together, we opened a faculty where students can learn, I mean, girls can learn more about blockchain technology, but not only about it. I mean, it's, you know, we do have different, right now, especially as the market is very, like, I mean, active, bullish. It's about cryptocurrencies, how to actually, for example, in financial sector, how to raise funds, not only with the equity debt financing, but also with the digital assets, backing up the shares to the tokens, for example, and writing smart contracts, which blockchain to use on various industries, there are like private and public ones. And so this is one of the fields. And on the other hand, as I said, it's about creating this partnership with the universities, but it's all around the world, and it can apply not only in Europe, but it can also, for example, in Azerbaijan, we can make this link synergy between Switzerland or Europe or and in Azerbaijan. And at the same time, I was representing this Eastern Partnership countries on the blockchain and regulatory framework on blockchain perspective to the EU for digital. It has been very nice experience, and from there I also took a lot of knowledge and experience that I can share via my, let's say, NGO to young girls as well. And in general, I mean, all you know, this very important what I have learned. I mean, interaction within, you know, like different workshops, going to write networking groups where you can learn a lot, you can exchange knowledge and experience with the leaders in that field, in IT field, and trying to get with the, like, I mean, within the pilot projects and many more. So this is very important, I find it.
That's very interesting, and I will get back to the skills which you provide to girls within your organizations. But before this, I want to ask Beata, as a founder of startup, so have you benefited from any of the platforms as a founder, as a female founder, and was it successful? Did it help you?
Yes, definitely. I participated in many events, both events that were specifically targeted for women and other events, for example, startup weekends by Techstars. And I actually talked to the organizers of that event, and they said that it's very interesting how when they announce an event, and like startup weekend, just to sum it up, is basically a 2.5-day boot camp over the weekend for people to come in and try out how it would be for them to start a business. And the organizer said that whenever they announce an event, it's about 30-ish% of the participants are women, and then they announce one only for women, and a lot of women appear at their event, which makes me think. And to be totally honest, I also appeared at a lot of women events. I can really relate to that, which made me realize how important these initiatives are that are specifically targeting women. Besides that, here in Denmark, we also have certain initiatives. There is one called, I think it's called Women in Tech Denmark, which is also a community, and they do a lot of things, including they can find you a mentor, which I think is very helpful, because besides having role models, I think having a mentor with whom you can have a little bit like conversations, or like you can ask questions, get advice. I think that's also very important. And there's also an initiative called Nordic Women in Tech Awards that was very recently, and my startup was actually a nominee for that award. And it was very nice to see that they managed to bring together so many women from different areas of tech and awarded the best ones. But I felt like we were all winners there. So I definitely heard and participated in many of these initiatives, and it always warms my heart to see that there are other women in tech.
So when we actually say this, women in tech, platforms for female founders, so we sometimes I have this feeling that we create an artificial world for women only. Where they can ask questions, I don't know, found startups and etc. But at some point they go back to real life with lots of men startup founders and investors, and finally they face the reality. So maybe a question to Adela and Leila with the organizations like networks and NGO. So what do you think about the women-only events? Like, for example, again, we at UNDP Accelerator Lab in Azerbaijan, we have a Women in STEM mentorship program, but we are questioning whether it should be women only. So we are trying to involve as much men as possible so that we create real-life situations for women. How is it going in your organization, and what do you think about it, about males' participation? Adela, you can go.
Yes, so I think that creating, specific networking opportunities for women, for example, only is not bad, but I also think that what's really important is to maybe, yes, I'm thinking of, I would be more prone of a more in-depth, like long-term approach. And for me, the most important is really to provide girls and women with good access to finance. This is very important because indeed there exists a gender gap when it comes to access financing opportunities that are needed to start a business. And I'm talking here, I will focus on entrepreneurship because indeed this is my specialization, and I work at the European Startup Network, so I will focus on entrepreneurship. So I think really this access to funding is the most important, actually. And this is a fact. We know it. Women-led businesses are often undercapitalized and therefore use less external financing. They rely more on personal savings. However, for example, if we are talking about women-only events or talking about quotas, here I would be more prone, as I said, to a long-term, maybe more in-depth approach that fundamentally changes the perceptions, the beliefs, the stereotypes among the society as a whole, actually. So I can't stress enough, again, here the importance of having not only role models, but supportive role models. That's very important. So we are talking here about women who did it, who can share their not only success, but their stories in general to inspire generations of women while continuing to make a difference. So I think this is really important. I mean, for me, is to give women entrepreneurs access to funding, and actually not only women, but all initiatives, all startups as such. The access to funding is one of the most important for me.
Leila?
Yes, thank you. So yeah, I have very good, like two interesting, let's say, use cases. So one is I recently, like as around 6 months, joined Giving Women Philanthropists. It's an organization where 150 philanthropists based in Switzerland. They have very rich background. They exchange and their experience, knowledge, but at the same time they organize different projects where also they can help with not only, I mean, you know, different resources, but also financially. I mean, they give you some navigation, also with a mentorship, coaching. So I'm talking about like only women community there. So it's actually, it seems to be working, and it's very nice. I mean, and I'm really enjoying it. Just literally whenever I needed any assistance, they're like, I mean, they're just very supportive and reactive, let's say. But on the other hand, there is also very interesting sample which I can talk about. It's InnoSwiss. It's a Swiss innovation agency. And it's mainly a science-based innovation in the interest of industry and society, with aim of increasing the competitiveness of SMEs. So it's I mean, for sure, it's a mix between females and males, and it's you can also get let's say advantage of funding or mentorship, or also, for example, if you need a team of tech people, so they can provide you, let's say, funding for exactly, for example, if you are having a startup and you need tech people to develop your platform, so they can simply fund it, and you can, as a startup, get advantage of it. So
Thank you. That's interesting. So, maybe once more, still staying on this platforms question. So when you, and maybe question to Beata as well. So when you are working with women and you design special programs for them, or Adele, who sees lots of startups with different gaps as well. So what do you think, what are the main skills women lack to achieve the success? And maybe for Beata, what kind of skills she had to master to achieve the success in her startup? So maybe first we ask Beata and then go to to platforms.
Yes, thank you. To be 100% honest, of course, there were a lot of skills that I had to master in order to become a founder, or perhaps not become, but to continue leading my company. But my biggest barrier, so to say, was actually myself. And I don't know if anyone can relate, but but I myself, I'm very critical. I'm very, I wouldn't say risk averse, obviously, because I did start a startup for which the chances of success is about 1 or 2% perhaps, but there were certain things that I had to overcome that were not specifically related to skills, but rather I had to deal with certain things, such as I was always feeling, no, sorry, I'll start again. I always wanted to be ready to do something, and I just have to live with the fact right now that I am never going to feel ready for anything. Basically, I'm never going to feel ready for a product release, which we are planning right now, and certain things. I'm just mentioning this because I heard women also, not just myself, having these thoughts, but other women as well. I actually listened to a presentation once, and the lady said that when women and like the difference between men and women when we want to start a task is that we both have a checklist, and women have to tick off 100% on the list in order to start something, while for men it's about between 30 and 60%. And that's basically when it hit me. At least I could really relate to the 100%. So I would say I definitely had my fights with myself, and right now I'm just trying to turn into a person that's more okay with challenges and yeah, all these things. But when it comes to skills, there are lots of things to learn, and I think it's also important to note that you don't have to have all the skills. You can, of course, and you should hire smart people, people that are smarter than you in different things. So that's what I'm trying to do to complement my lack of skills in certain things, and other things I'm just taking, learning them gradually. Yes.
Thank you so much for for being so open with us, with the audience. So, Adela, what about your observations?
So about my observations, I would say that the skills needed is definitely not, in my opinion, IT skills in the beginning, because you know, there's often a fake perception that some subject or IT subject might be too difficult, for example, which is not true. I think that you can be able to learn anything. I would say, from my observations, I like the sentence that says better done than perfect. I would say I really noticed that the formula here is really to do, to act, to stay strong, and even if there's no place at the table, to bring a chair yourself, to stay confident, to be resilient. Resilience, I think it's very important, to not doubt about your skills or your value. This is very important. Really stay confident, continue to network, and continue to do things. And what's very important, I notice, is that we often, when we organize, for example, events or in various European projects, we really encourage startups not only to talk about their success stories, but also about their mistakes and what went wrong, which is difficult because they often don't want, or they say, okay, we don't have anything to mention, or it's really difficult for them to bring it to the table. But it's important really to share it with everyone, to share it with the community, to talk about what went wrong and what they learned from the experience, and to see that they did some mistakes, but they still continued. And this resilience, I mean, to see this, it really inspires people. So I think that, yes, this is what I would say.
Thank you. Leila?
Yes. Well, I totally agree with, again, my, let's say, colleague speakers. And I would say that it's very important to never give up because there are a lot of obstacles, especially for females. And even though like we need to be persistent, resilient, and confident as well, yes, and always I mean, it's very important in the early beginning to have the right also maybe a mentor or like close to you, or right people that you could approach. Yeah, I mean, always need to go further. You never give up, especially for the woman. And how to say, need to be more courageous, even though there is opportunity, and maybe you should need to give your voice like, I mean, you need to announce yourself to make a move. So just be yourself, be you know, be open, never be scared of opportunities, because it's everywhere, and especially it's, yeah, for like networking, it's one of the crucial investments of today. You need to always network and continue, and increase your portfolio of partners, people around you, and go further as much as you can. There is no limit.
Thank you so much. So we realized that women still need some support, and through the platforms and networking. But what about, we heard from innovation agencies that they had low participation of women in their projects, and it's quite a problem now. But what do you think in general? So if the government has the government to introduce obligatory quotas for women founders, like maybe funding in university, wherever it is connected to technology. What do you think about obligatory quotas? Because there are two positions, that it should come naturally, or we all have to support women somehow in this way as well. And I would like to listen how it's going in abroad. So Beata.
I'm going to take a very diplomatic stand here, because I think quotas can be useful, and they do have immediate effect, which is positive. But and on the other hand, of course, trying to break the bias and rebrand, so to say, these career or these fields where there are not many women, due to perhaps them thinking that this is more like a male thing. Of course, that takes a longer time. So I wouldn't be pro or contra, actually. I would just say that a lot of people actually say that introducing quotas is a great thing, and then we can just take it from there. But yes, I'm just not so sure what I think totally, because I also wouldn't want to be the one saying, okay, this amount or this percentage of the company, let's say, going to consist of women, and then reject men who would be otherwise qualified and great fit for the job. So yes, I'm not entirely sure. When it comes to funding, perhaps, but I think it's also important to think about, so there are all these statistics that, let's say, only 2% of the venture capital funding goes to female founding firms. But then again, at least I haven't found actual numbers regarding that, how many percentage of the applicants are women. So I think it's very important to start from the beginning, but at the same time, quotas can be useful to basically have immediate change.
Thank you. If there are other thoughts on this, you are welcome.
To achieve
Leila, Adela. Okay, Leila.
Yeah, maybe shortly, I would say here again that this is a fact indeed. So in Europe, while women, they clearly represent more than half of the EU population, female entrepreneurs have definitely more difficulties than men in raising finance for their ventures. And here I'm focusing on funding, as I'm specialized in entrepreneurship. And yeah, so this is a fact. Actually, I would like to give also a few numbers that I think could be interesting here. Is according to a report that we have on the state of European tech, which is a recent one as well from 2018, in Europe, VC-backed tech companies will, with all male founding teams, receive 93% of the capital invested, while only 5% of capital goes to mixed teams and only 2% to all female teams. And there has been no improvement in the recent years. And then I also had a look at the United States, and actually the situation is not too good either. So about 3% of VC goes to all female founded companies. And only about 15% goes to companies that have at least one woman in the founding team. Well, indeed, this is the situation is not good. However, I would not talk, as I already said, specifically about quotas. Maybe I would prone a more, again, in-depth, like progressive but long-term approach that changes the perceptions, the beliefs and stereotypes, but fundamentally, really on the fundamental level here. And here I cannot stress again enough the importance of having supportive role models that can help also change the situation progressively, because I think this is, I mean, we have to be patient. It's a long-term approach that we have to invest into.
Thank you. Leila, do you want to share something?
Well, just very quickly, that in Switzerland, I mean, it's always for the gender equality, you know, like here, for example, females are always showing that it's very important to keep the same way, like for like opportunities or in funding, I mean, for quotas for females as well. And it's it's always live topic. However, I mean, here we do have various associations, various like as earlier I mentioned about InnoSwiss agency that providing funding, but not necessarily focusing on female teams. I mean, I didn't see that, but probably a lot of, let's say, currently I'm in touch also with various females in tech here in Switzerland, and they organize their own group of, let's say, people that can raise these questions in order to get more attention, and from government side also to get funding in their projects.
Thank you so much. And actually, I know that this is the topic of the discussion here in Azerbaijan as well. So we, I know the Innovation Agency, Ministry of High Technologies are also, it's all the time in the air. And we in our collective intelligence exercise wanted to touch this topic as well. So before the final question to you guests, I will pass the word to Nargis, and then we'll go back.
Thank you, Leila. And thank you, dear panelists, for your valuable thoughts. Again, I'm switching into Azerbaycani. Demek değerli panelistler ve hörmətli iştirakçılar, nəhayət vaxt gəldi çatdı bizim son sualımıza. Mən yenə öz çalışacağım, öz screenimi share edim. Zəhmət olmasa mənə deməli, moderatordan xahiş edərdim ki, mənə screen share funksiyasını versinlər. Yaxud da ki, host. Mən. Əla, çox gözəl. Bəli. Demək, sonuncu sualımız. Əgər hökumət, sahibkarlıq, akselerator və digər kimi qurumlarda qadınların iştirakçılığını təmin etmək məqsədi ilə sabit kvota tətbiq etsə, bu rəqəm neçə faiz olmalıdır? Demək, faizləri siz klikləyib dairenin içinde yazabilirsiniz. Tamam, misal üçün klik göster. Bu. Çok sağ olun. Leyla Hanım, indi sözü sizə vermək istəyirəm.
Thank you. Thank you, Nergis. And actually, our interaction with the audience was also beyond the mural a little bit, because we have a question, and I will ask it now. So there is a question from the viewer. Do we need a background in tech to launch a tech business startup? So maybe first to Beata as a founder, and then Leila.
The quick answer is it would make your life much easier, but no. I have a tech company. I started an app. I cannot code. I know some things about tech now because I've been studying a lot about it, but you can do it without. I do want to learn to code to some extent later on, because I think it would be very beneficial, but because I want to have a better overview. But no, it's possible without as well. Just find the right people that believe in your product, or believe in your vision rather, that has the tech skills that are necessary, and you can do it.
Thank you. And to Leila, and then to Adele, I think she was going to say something.
Thank you. Actually, I totally agree with Beata, because I had exactly the same experience when I started my startup in this distributed healthcare platform. We were using blockchain technology, and I knew like the general concept, everything. But when I was speaking to the CTOs, I was explaining how it functions, but I didn't know actually what is in reality how you would code this smart contract. So, and afterwards, even though I never had this IT background, I mean, I started again just last year. During 1 year, I learned how to code smart contracts, to design the platform. And, like with this, let's say, little knowledge and skills, I really was able to make it. So you don't need to have this background before. You could just jump into something that really drives you, like you are passionate about it, and then you can you can go further with the learning process, and I'm pretty sure that it's possible to do. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Adela?
Yes, so me, I would say that before starting a training in IT, for example, there definitely, I mean, you don't have to be afraid that some subject or some topic might be too difficult. So there, I mean, no, definitely you shouldn't have any knowledge of IT now to start a company. I would say, of course, you have the possibility to surround yourself with the right people, and well, to trust those people who will actually provide this knowledge for you. But then if you are interested to found a company in IT, it might be still interesting to have a look at the different trainings, different workshops that exist in the field. I think this is still important also to make you feel maybe more confident also. And then if you are founding a startup, you will have to think about the team as well, and to know what your team is working on and what your IT people are working on. I think it's always interesting, and well, it's always like something that you might be interested in.
Okay, thank you. So basically the answer is yes. So most probably girls will feel more comfortable with the IT background. So and very last question. Okay, we heard today lots of challenges associated with women in technology, but can you mention just one thing, what is good about the good practice in your country, or which you observe, which helps to promote, to support women in tech on the government level? So then maybe again the question to Beata, Adele, and Leila, and maybe some cases could be reapplied in Azerbaijan later. Yes, we can start with Beata.
The practices or the initiatives that I can think of is what I mentioned, to the special programs for or specifically designed for women. And I know that the government, when it comes to its funding activities, they also pay attention to have more female-founded teams in their portfolio. So I think that's very nice and very important. In general, in Denmark, since gender equality is they are doing quite well when it comes to gender equality. There are many initiatives, and in general, they are trying to help women to start and succeed in such careers. But these are the ones I can think of.
Thank you, Adela.
Yeah, in Belgium we have Women in Tech. They are based in Brussels, and this is a platform for women that informs them about digital opportunities, that promotes gender equality in the high-tech industry. They also help women to start, to be a founder, to start basically a business, actually. So they empower women entrepreneurs to share their experience, to present them as role models, etc. So this indeed, we have also some other initiatives that I have already mentioned that I have sent in the chat. You might be interested to have a look. And then in Europe, at a European level as well. So we have the Commission, the European Commission, that runs a series of initiatives, of networking initiatives, for example, such as the European Gateway for Women's Entrepreneurship, the WeGate. That's might be interesting to have a look at it as well. So yes, they are clearly quite many and more initiatives, fortunately, that appear in the field.
Thank you so much. We will definitely check them out after the panel. Leila, what about you?
Yes, so well, in Switzerland also, as I said, like I'm talking about all the time mentioning about this, blockchain field, everything, because I have been investing in it so much time. For example, we do have a town called Zug. It's close to Zurich, and it's a Crypto Valley Association. So Crypto Valley, it calls like a Crypto Valley. So it's a very famous for Crypto Valley Association, and there are various panels, for also females, also workshops, making them introducing them to the main leaders in this in that area, which involves like blockchain technology, AI, with IoT devices and digital currency, because also in Switzerland we are getting more and more towards that. So involvement of digital currencies, and for females it opens also space to let's say progress in that area. And definitely we do have various organizations and associations that support it strongly. But on the other hand, again, here, for example, as I mentioned also before about this giving women community, about the philanthropies, that also there are various ladies, not only in technology, but in various industries that support each other, also in leadership skills, and in encouraging them to start their own companies. So yeah, it's quite developed here, and hopefully it will go further.
That's interesting. Thank you so much. So we definitely need more and more initiatives on this. That's clear. And thank you for this honest and very productive discussion. Thank you, dear guests. Ayan, Beata, Adele, Leila, thank you, Nergis, for collective intelligence exercise. And now, when our discussion is over, the panel is not actually, because we have a guest speaker, man, who is Ayaz Karimov, Senior Specialist of ICT Applying and Training Center under the Ministry of Transport, Communication and High Technologies of Azerbaijan Republic. And he has project, the development of multimedia online course on digital skills for women and girls. So basically, this is something what we discussed, and we also discussed male participation in women in technology field. So that's great that we can have you today, Ayaz. Thank you for joining us, and the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Leila. I think you hear me well. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, good. I want to share my presentation about this project and also what did our ICT Applying and Training Center do in 2019 and 2012. So please, moderators, share my screen right now. I think, can you see? I think you can see my presentation. Now we can start. I will talk with you about development of multimedia online course on digital skills for women and girls. But before that, we had also Digital Girls National Training Program, social project. We started this project in 2019, and first training was in 14 and 15 November 2019 in Agdam, near the frontline villages. There we had schoolgirls. You can see here on first photo. And after that, we also organized these trainings in schools of Baku, Kırdalan, Şamaxı, Mingəçevir, Zaqatala, Gabala, Ağdaş, and Shabran. These trainings were online because the pandemic. We can't go there. We can't train there in real time. That's why we did this with online. And this project was supported by UNESCO and our ministry, as you see here. 560 students and young girls participated in this training on basic digital knowledge and had opportunity to apply their knowledge in their real life. Now about our new project, Multimedia Online Course. Project primary goals, as you see, first is online training platform, develop online training platform. We developed already this website, web portal. You can join to our web portal. You can see what we have there. Also, we now get there only one course, but we think will be two courses, and in future we will have cybersecurity and also programming courses on this website. And for now, our main goals is 50 females will participate in these trainings with providing feedback and get their certificates. Also, if this pandemic will end, we will continue this project in our 16 regional centers in Azerbaijan. As you know, we have many training centers in our regions also. Then, what we did for this time, we created online training platform, ikatelab edu.us. Then digital skills course. We did digital skills course, and now ongoing is digital business and marketing skills courses. We will enroll these we will upload this to our website, web portal, to the end of December. Now we translate these materials, and out of project scope, we will translate cybersecurity course and also programming and coding. This will be in 2021 and 2022. Then, and what we think about main result of project. Decrease gender digital divide and improve digital skills of females. Increase access to the digital skills course materials in Azerbaijani. As you know, we have a few materials like this, not many. And also increase the interest of female to ICT and digital business, digital skills. Increase acknowledge about gender digital divide. Thanks for your kind attention. This was my little presentation, and I want to switch Azerbaijan language and say about this Catalab Eduaz portal to our guests from Facebook. They now listening to us, they now see us. Deməli, əziz qonaqlar, əziz Facebookda bizi izləyən iştirakçılar, Catalab Eduaz portalı sizin rəqəmsal bacarıqlarınızın inkişafına görə yaradılmış bir portaldır, hansı ki siz bu portal vasitəsilə öz rəqəmsal bacarıqlarınızı artıra bilərsiniz və sonda buna görə sertifikat əldə edə bilərsiniz. Bunun da məqsədi odur ki, nəinki xanımların, düzdür, əsas məqsəd xanımlardır, amma istər-istəməz bəylər də buna qoşula bilərlər və onlar da öz rəqəmsal bacarıqlarını artıra bilərlər. Biz bilirik ki, Azərbaycanda internetdən istifadə çox yüksək deyil, lakin belə deyək, insanların rəqəmsal bacarıqları buna nisbətdə çox azdır və xanımların da həmçinin. Mən keçən dəfə bir prezentasiyada gördüm ki, cəmi 53% xanım normal şəkildə istifadə edə bilir internetdən və s. digər vasitələrdən. Bu səbəbdən yaxşı olardı ki, xanımlar və yenə deyirəm, bəylər də həmçinin daxil olsunlar bu sayta və öz rəqəmsal bacarıqlarını inkişaf elətdirsinlər. Çox təşəkkür edirəm. Leyla, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. I think it's one of the great initiatives we have in the country. So hope you have lots of users who will benefit from this. Now, as I said, our panel is over. So thank you very much. Thank you to all who listened to us on Facebook. And I think FemTech organizers have something to announce. Thank you.
First of all, thank you to all our panelists. Ayaz Bey, to you, Nergis Hanım from UNDP, to you, thank you for your participation. And now, guys, I want to have given announcement about our next event, which will start at 7:30 p.m. Baku time, at Baku time. We will be with Rachel. Rachel will talk about the female founder pitching guide. So stay tuned and don't leave the our live. And also, by the way, you can join via YouTube and our Facebook page. We are both of them. We are on live. So have a great day. Enjoy the event. See you soon.
we are on leave. Salam dəyərli dostlar. İndi biz davam edirik bizim növbəti sessiyamızdan. Bu ibarət olacaqdır qadın startup təsisçiləri üzrə qadın startup təsisçiləri üçün pitching və bu sessionu, master klası Rachel sizə təqdim eləyəcəkdir. Rachel Founder Institute'dan bizə qoşulubdur, Amerika Birləşmiş Ştatlarındandır və elə məhz buna görə, vaxt fərqinə görə o indi qoşulur bizə. Hi dears, welcome again to our FemTech-Women in Technology event organized by the Ministry of Transport, Communications and High Technologies and FemTech Female Founders platform. I would like to give the stage to our dear speaker, to Rachel. Rachel is from USA and join us from the Founder Institute. She is the Global Marketing Director of this organization. And Rachel, now I am passing the stage to you. Guys, be active and enjoy the event. It will be really great. Have a great event. See you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me today. And I want to firstly say a special thank you to Nazreen, FemTech's founder, for inviting me to be a part of this amazing event. I hope you're all doing well during this crazy time we're in. But I appreciate you taking the time out of your evening to join me. And today we're going to talk specifically about pitching, preparing for pitching and preparing for fundraising. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And please let me know if you can see my screen okay. Hopefully you can. So I'm going to go through some of some guidance today, specifically regarding pitching your company and preparing for fundraising. But I want to tailor this to you and your business. So if you're working on a startup idea, if you're still in the validation process, perhaps even you're further along and you're really getting ready for fundraising, I want to tailor this advice to you. So please let me know in the chat if you're working on a company. Tell me a little bit about it. I'd love to learn more and get to some of your questions once we're done, giving some guidance here. So, okay, let's get started. Who am I? I'm Rachel Shepard. I'm the Director of Global Marketing at Founder Institute. I'm also the co-creator of the Female Founder Initiative. It's very important to me, and I feel very strongly about bringing gender balance to the tech landscape. And I spend a few hours a week working with underrepresented founders all over the world, not just in the US where I'm based. And so that's what brings me here today. And I'm also calling in from the Bay Area, from California. So it's early morning my time. The sun's just coming up. I'm just outside of Oakland, California, if anybody is familiar. And so if it's snowing where you are, I'm sending you California sunshine and warmth there. So also the last thing you should know about me is I have a degree in animal science and actually worked as a veterinary assistant for 3 years. So if you have a pet tech company or a pet specific company, I can probably be of extra help to you. But what makes me really qualified to talk about this today is that I've been with Founder Institute for almost 5 years. I've been working with women founders such as yourselves to launch companies, brainstorm marketing ideas, network, and get mentor feedback since 2016. And I meet new companies and founders every single day. I'm hoping to meet some of you today and learn a little bit more about your businesses and what you're working on. But I review up to 10 pitches and pitch decks each week. And as a result, I want to share with you some of the best practices that I recommend and some of the key things that I think sometimes founders overlook and really point those out. And hopefully that's helpful for you today if you're building a company and building out a pitch deck. So really quickly, what are we going to cover today? Before we get into the details of pitching and putting together a deck, I want to go over some important information about pitching and fundraising because we all know there's work to be done long before you get that meeting, right? Long before you're meeting with an investor or any key stakeholder, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And so I want to go over really and give you a strong idea of what it means to have a good business model. We're going to start there. So if you're at the ideation phase, there'll be something for you as we'll have something that's like just getting started. And then how to build a network, and really, a network is a key piece to having an opportunity to pitch someone. And we're also going to talk about a great one sentence pitch, the elements of that, and also what makes a really great and complete pitch deck. So that's the agenda for today. And then we'll do a Q&A at the end. So please put your questions in the chat. And I can't wait to talk to you specifically about your business in the end. So, all right. Preparing for pitching and fundraising. The first thing I want everyone on here to ask themselves is, do you really want to raise venture funding or institutional capital? The case for raising capital is really apparent, right? You'll have an opportunity to grow and scale your company really rapidly, but you don't necessarily have to. And it's important to consider that because it's very difficult to do. You have to hear no a lot. Like we estimate about, you'll have to have at least 100 meetings to raise a seed round. I heard a founder speak just this week, and she was saying that it took her 9 months to raise her seed round. It takes a long time. It's really time intensive, and it's very taxing on the founder. So it's important to even consider if institutional capital is a good fit for you. And if it isn't a good fit for you, there are other types of fundraising available to you. Angel investing is an example, crowdfunding. There's both equity-based and rewards-based crowdfunding. There's lots of platforms, including things like iFundWomen, which is based in New York, but is a great crowdfunding platform, a rewards-based crowdfunding platform for women. There's friends and family rounds, not available to everybody, but definitely an option for some people is to speak to their friends and family and see if they can, support their business. And then lastly, there's always the opportunity to just build a really great revenue generation model that is able to produce revenue very early on, and you just remain a revenue positive business that pours back into the business and grows more strategically rather than growing really quickly. Either way, you're still going to need a pitch deck. No matter what type of path you're taking as a business, you're still going to need a really great way to communicate your business, communicate its how the problems that you're solving, the solution, your business model, your competitive landscape, your revenue model. All of those things need to still be communicated no matter what this path is that you're taking. So today, if we're going to focus on these foundational pieces. So the strong business model, expansive network, and a great 1-minute pitch and pitch deck. You may be a little more advanced than that if you're on this call, and you may be focused on more growth phase things like product market fit, traction, and revenue. But the reason I put these on here is because those are the 3 reasons that most of the founders I work with have been told no or have been passed on by an investor, is that they feel like there isn't enough product market fit, they don't have quite enough traction yet, or they're looking for a higher amount of revenue, or monthly recurring revenue, annual recurring revenue, things like that. So investors really look at
sorry, Rachel, sorry. Can you zoom a little bit, because we have feedback from audience. They say that it's not readable. Can you a little bit zoom? Yeah, it's perfect.
Is that better?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Great. No problem. I apologize. And I will send the deck to the FemTech team so you can share this out afterwards as well. So that will hopefully cover anything that wasn't able to be read before. So hopefully that's better. Thanks everyone for letting me know. But yeah, so as I was saying, the investors, these are the 3 things that they mostly want to see more of if they're passing on a company. And so I share that with you is, if you're later stage, if you already feel like you have a strong business model, like you have a great network, like you have a great pitch deck, these are the things you're going to want to start focusing on, are product market fit, traction, and revenue. All right, so getting started here, we're going to go ahead and talk a little bit about the business model. So everybody has probably seen this or some form of this. This is the business model canvas. It's used all over the world to build really great businesses, and to also, sort of give you an idea of what is a viable business and all of the things it takes to have a viable business. And so what our takeaway we learned from the last slide is, no matter what, you're going to need a pitch deck, and you're going to need a pitch deck that communicates your business model really well. So things like this can help you sort of focus on what is your business model and how to communicate it. But there's a few things that I have seen when working with founders that are things that can sometimes they'll have gone ahead and created an entire pitch deck or have a pitch ready, and there's a few things that are missing. or need to be strengthened in order to really be competitive out there, no matter what it is you're trying to achieve next, whether it's a strategic partnership or some fundraising. So a couple of things I want to start with here: solving a real problem. And what I mean by that is making sure that the problem is not temporary. So I saw a lot of companies sort of pivot and focus specifically on things that solve problems during COVID. COVID is a temporary problem, thankfully, right? And so we will get past this at some point. There is something to be said for, a change in consumer behavior that you believe will be more permanent. That's something, if you're solving a problem that aligns with that, that's a little bit different. Some people were solving problems just for right now, which is great and very honorable, but it doesn't make a sustainable business model. So that's important to consider. And two is that the problem that you're solving is big enough that people are willing to pay for you to solve it. So sometimes they're small inconveniences, and that's just not enough. You want to look for big inconveniences, inefficiencies, or inevitabilities. So if you are really right now brainstorming, those are the three things I want you to look around and sort of consider. What are the inconveniences that you experience, the inefficiencies or the inevitabilities that you can see coming up as trends in the near future? And the one thing I'm going to point out that is the key thing here is know your customer segment really, really, really well. And I want to emphasize that because if you look at this business model canvas here, all of the other boxes are dependent on knowing your customer segments really well. Your channels, where are you going to meet these customers? That depends on who they are and where they spend their time. Your value propositions, what matters to these customers? That depends on who they are and what they want, right? Key partnerships, who else do they shop with? Who else do they know? Where other platforms are they hanging out on? All of this depends on knowing your customers really well. And so I may be biased in that I'm a marketer, and I feel like knowing your customers really well is super important. But you can easily miscalculate strategies if you don't know your customers really well. And so I want a takeaway from this slide. So a takeaway from the last slide was everybody needs a pitch deck. From this slide, I want you to think about, well, no matter what stage in your business you are, is there a way that you can go and speak to your customers, know them better, and learn more about their problems so that you can solve a really great problem for them and have a good business model? So that means either sending out a survey or even doing informational interviews with your brand champions. Brand champions are the people who love your company and have been around from the beginning. Set up a screen share or a Zoom meeting with them so that you can see how they interact with your product or platform or marketplace and get actionable feedback and strategies to fill this out and move forward from here. So if you're at the ideation stage, hopefully you find that helpful. And if you haven't already, I'd love to ask you to put the ideas you're working on, the business models you're working on in the chat, share with everybody. It's great to have a really great network to build your business off of. And that's the next thing we're going to talk about. So network. Having somebody to pitch to is just as key as building a really great pitch deck. So that's something that's really important to consider. It's never too soon to start building your network. And so today I want to talk a little bit about who you want to build your network with and who you need to know. So the next step towards pitching and fundraising is getting to know the people in your industry. You're going to want to know the investors in your industry. Caveat, there is such a thing as you can pitch an investor too soon, but you can't really start to network with them too soon. So some people say, you ask for advice and you get money as opposed to asking for money and then you just get advice, right? So it's really good to know investors, know them well. Many founders, once they start fundraising, wish they had started building their network and their list much sooner. And the information is available. If you're looking for a list of investors by sector, geography, stage, etc., there are lots of reviews online of other founders who've worked with investors, as well as lists. Things like Landscape, which is a new beta, Signal by NFX, and VC Guide are some examples. I have a link here and I'll share it in the chat as soon as I'm done. It is to Elizabeth Yin. She's a general partner at Hustle Fund. She wrote an amazing blog post back in December of 2018 talking about how she raised her fund. And the way that she talked about that was in such great detail. She outlined how it is exactly exactly like how founders have to go and raise their rounds as she was raising a fund. And the key takeaway there is that she had to have 345 meetings over a 10-month period to raise her fund. I want that to settle in. That is 345 different people she spoke to. And so you want to start building these networks very soon. You want to know who to turn to by the time you want to raise money. And you want to know that you fit into their portfolio, their investment thesis, and that that they don't have any competitors to you in their portfolio. So there's a lot of things you need to know about investors, and you can start doing that now. Know the thought leaders in your industry as well. So if you are, for example, building a sustainability startup, who is out there talking about, presenting about sustainability, writing about it? Who are the key thought leaders in your industry? And the last thing I would say is know other founders in your industry. Regardless of the type of investment you seek, you will have to turn to other founders at some point, whether it's a crowd to get advice on a crowdfunding platform or thoughts on working with an angel investor. And keep in mind that a lot of investors actually get their deal flow from the founders in their portfolio. Those founders recommend other founders, and that's a warm intro to an investor. So it's really important to network with other founders, which is why it's so great to have these amazing events like the one today with FemTech, and to get to know other people building businesses. It's really important. So, and then once you find these people, you want to follow them on social media, attend their events, ask questions, read their articles, interact with them, and dedicate a small amount of time each week to do so, long before you're ready to fundraise. So my takeaway from this for you would be to create a list of 100 people you think you should know in your network that could be key in a key stakeholder meeting. So whether you're going to raise money, that could be really important. So put them on your list if you think they could be helpful for that, or if they could be key in introducing you to a key partner or, another founder in your industry. Get to know people and really start to do that research now. Okay, and then we're going to get to the really great pieces of this presentation, which is talking about the pitch. And this is probably what brought you here into this masterclass today. So a really great one-sentence pitch has some really good elements. We're going to talk about a one-sentence pitch first, because a one-sentence pitch is just as important as the pitch deck. You can't really show anyone your pitch deck if you can't articulate what you do in one sentence and actually get that meeting, right? So we're going to talk about the pitch format really quickly. A one-sentence pitch has a few key elements, and you want to seek clarity in this sentence as much as possible. So it will take time. Expect to do 10 plus versions of this one sentence. But here are some things I want you to focus on. A clear and defined offering. What are you building? Is it a platform? Is it a marketplace? Is it a robot? Tell me the details. What is it? What are you building? Then I want you to talk about your defined audience. Be as specific as possible. So remember back in the business model slide, we talked about knowing your customers really, really well. Now that you know them really well, tell me more about their demographics. So for example, instead of saying my customers are women, that's half of the world's population. That's not specific enough. What I want to hear is more 30 to 40-year-old working mothers in the US. That is a specific audience, and that tells me a little more information about how you're going to go to market and how you're going to partner, and it helps me better assess whether or not your business model is viable as I'm hearing you talk about your business. The third thing is, solve a clear problem. What are you solving? Don't talk about what you're doing as much as talk about the how. So a lot of founders talk about what it is that they're building, but you oftentimes have to tell people how that matters or how it's solving the problem, right? And then you want to lastly include your UVP, your unique value proposition. This is your secret sauce. It is what makes you and your company stand out. And this is super important. So the takeaway I want you to have from this is when you're building a great pitch, the more specific you can be, the better. So let's go ahead and try it. I'm giving you a pitch format here, and this is the sentence structure that we use at Founder Institute all the time. And if you want to learn more about it, you can go to fi.co/madlibs. But the pitch format that you want to use in a one-sentence pitch is my company, name of company, is developing a defined offering to help a defined audience solve a problem with your secret sauce, okay? So I want you to take a look at this and go ahead and put your one-sentence pitch in the chat. because I'd love to review some today if you're willing, and if you're looking for a little bit of feedback, I'm happy to discuss this further. And I'm going to move on to some pitch deck resources, but if you need to look again at this pitch format, you can go to fi.co/madlibs in the interim. And I will be reviewing the idea feedback as well as the one-sentence pitch feedback if you're looking for that today. So the last piece of the puzzle, you've now built a great business model. You have a great network to go talk to about your business. You have that one-sentence pitch, and now you've gotten that meeting. Now you have to put together the pitch deck. So there's a few key things I want you to think about when it comes to a pitch deck. The first of which is the framework. Not all frameworks are made the same. So this order here, these 14 slides I have listed, are just something there. It's more of a checklist. The order depends on the framework. So for example, a problem solution framework, this template is really great for startups that have a particularly unique solution to a widespread problem. Example would be an Airbnb there. A team framework is if a team of noteworthy professionals needs to be part of the solution. So an example there would be a biotech company or a health tech company that maybe has a doctor on the founding team. That's really important, right? So you want to put the team framework, you'll have the team slide come a little bit earlier in the pitch. Vision opportunity framework is the ideal template for startups that are trying to position themselves in a potentially untapped market. So they're working in something brand new. An attraction framework is if you've made significant traction thus far, then this that order of pitch deck is important to you. So if you need more resources on this, you can go to fi.co/pitch_deck. And that is a great way to get all of this information, which sort of format is going to be best for your company, plus the checklist of slides you need to include. But I want to point out a couple of key things on this checklist over here that I've seen sort of not included in a pitch deck previously. So I've seen some key things that I think could be improved, generally speaking, as I look at pitch decks. So first of all, always include a business model and a competition slide. If you don't have those two things, then I can't, nor can anyone else really assess the viability of your business, right? We need to know where you compete in the greater landscape of your industry, as well as how you're going to make money and where that money is going to be coming from. That's on the business model slide. So those two slides are incredibly important. I have seen them missing before, so I want to make sure that you have those in there. Otherwise, it's really hard for people to assess your business. The other thing I want to talk about quickly is the problem solution slide. So sometimes the problem slide talks about a problem that's very broad, and then the solution slide sort of addresses a solution that's a little more adjacent in that sense. I want those two slides to really line up. What problems are you solving? Sometimes it's multiple. And what solutions are you putting together? And so draw those lines there so that it's a very clear, these are the problems I'm solving and here's how I'm solving them. Sometimes if you take a step back from your pitch deck, you may notice that those actually don't align as much as you thought they did. So definitely take a look at those. If you have traction, make sure to include it. Traction can look like a lot of different things depending on your business. Traction could be pilot programs, it could be partnerships, it could be social media followings, it could be a large email list you've been building, it could be a way to tell thousands of people as part of your go-to-market strategy that you're live. There's a lot of different opportunities there. So definitely look into the numerical ways in which you're going to be able to reach people and the ways in which you've already reached people. That's traction. And then, funding. Funding slide is also your ask slide. So if you're not asking for money, you may be asking for a partnership or an opportunity or an introduction. That's just, switch that out if fundraising is not what you're doing. But make sure you're clear in your ask and you're clear about why your ask is important. So for example, if you are asking for money and you're asking for $1.5 million, what are you going to do with that $1.5 billion and how long is that going to last you? And what is your plan for it? Those are very important things to include on the pitch deck. My last piece of advice here is going to be something that surprises some founders, but you actually need to have two presentations. One that has all of this information and is more detailed and will be most likely emailed to investors. And maybe be something that you're trying to get a meeting still. And the second version is going to be something that you're going to elaborate on in person. It's not going to have as much information on it, and you're going to, a lot of the information you're going to fill in is going to be a part of your script as you're pitching. So that would be my advice on that. So that's it. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you found this helpful. I'm excited to answer your questions and learn more about the businesses you're building. If you want to email me, you can. It's rachel@founderinstitute.com. I also co-created the Female Founder Initiative. You can learn more about that, femalefounderinitiative.com. And if you're interested in Founder Institute, which is a pre-seed accelerator, you can learn more about our available programs we have right now at fi.co/enrolling. Thank you.
So thank you, Rachel. It was a really great session for our audience. They're so excited to have some answers to their questions. So I would like to ask some of them.
Okay.
They are asked that can the speaker share one failed startup case? The reason of failure was not related to funding, lack of finance.
Well, so something that we talk about a lot at Founder Institute is sometimes it's just that the founder gives up. So it's really, really hard to be a founder. Each and every one of you who's out there building a company right now, you're very brave. It's a hard thing to do. And so we really recognize that. And sometimes you just see that the founder can't keep going, whether it's because they can't keep hearing no, or they've run into too many roadblocks, or it's not necessarily a lack of financing, but they're making sacrifices in their, families and in their lives, and they don't feel like they can keep doing that. That's a very common, reason to shut down a company. And so I would say that, and honestly, in many of those cases, it's a very admirable reason to do it too. It's really hard to start a company. And so we recognize that, and we know that there's a lot of challenges in the way of getting something off the ground and getting it to be successful. And you can see that in the way that even, venture capital works, right? Is that VCs are betting on, so to speak, 20, 30 companies, hoping that one or two make it really big. And so, there is a level of, not every startup's going to make it, but that's what I think is really important to think about. The other types of ways you can make it. Can you shift your revenue model so that it's an ongoing revenue positive business model? Or, are you looking for slow growth? Are you looking for something you want to work on for 20 years instead of 10? Consider all those things in the beginning, and really talk to a lot of other founders and get their feedback and their journeys, because I think that could be really important information. Hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you. Yeah, I think she had answered. So get answer. And the second one is which kinds of the specific questions can we meet at pitching time?
Oftentimes, if you're getting more specific questions about your business model, that can either mean that there's a lack of clarity, or it could be a good sign, right? So if they're digging in a little deeper and they're like, oh, I'd love to hear a little, tell me a little bit more about this, that can be a really good sign. But sometimes you can get any number of questions as you pitch. It's why pitching is so high volume. So you'll do 100 pitches just for your first round of funding, minimum, most likely. And so when you pitch 100 people, you're going to get a lot of different questions and a lot of different feedback. And your job as a founder is to notice the trends in the information you're getting. So are you getting the same question over and over again? Because maybe you need to address that differently in the pitch. Or are you getting, a random question here, but everybody else seems to get that clear. And so then maybe that feedback's not as fruitful, right? And so it's really important to consider the feedback you're getting as well, and also iterate on your pitch deck time and time again. So if you're getting the same question, make those changes. You'll always get good feedback. Not always, but you'll most likely get a lot of great feedback, and be sure to implement that over time. Which is why I didn't show any examples of pitch decks, because pitch decks evolve every single day. They should change and update. And so if I have a pitch deck in my email that was sent to me by a founder 2 weeks ago. I'm assuming that today it's different. And that's because they've probably gotten some feedback. They probably made some updates. So you can get any number of questions. I would just, if you see trends in those questions, I would address that in the pitch deck. That's the important thing.
Thank you. I think we have one female, let's take startup enthusiast. She's preparing for launch her startup, and she she needs some advice about them. She said, can you recommend some books about this topic? I mean, about pitching.
About pitching, I can recommend a podcast, actually, if that's okay. And it's called Think Fast, Talk Smart, and it's from Stanford Graduate School, and they actually talk a lot about how to communicate very clearly, how to come across authentically, and some of their episodes are even specific to pitching startups as well. So I highly recommend that podcast, and I think it gives great insight into how to be a good communicator, which is half of the battle of really pitching your business, right? Is really learning how to communicate it clearly, and also doing so in a virtual world, right? We're pitching in over Zoom these days, and there's a lot of good articles out there about that. I would look on Medium, and I believe we published one on Founder Institute's blog as well. But I would definitely check out that podcast from Stanford Graduate School. I hope that answers your question and is helpful.
Yeah, I think that she get the answer. And about the last questions, it's that what are some potential risks an inventor might consider when investing in specialist startup that founder is female?
The answer to this is that hopefully they're not thinking about any risks that are specific to gender, right? And that's our goal, is to ultimately create a very, gender balanced and unbiased pitching environment. But the one thing I can say is that it's a documented, sort of thing that investors sometimes ask female founders different questions than male founders, and there's some research done on this. And one of the things that I think is a common trend is that women founders, and this is a generalization, so please don't take this as like this is 100% of the time, but this is something that's been looked into and backed by data. Women founders tend to present the really realistic scenario. So just like realistically, I can get you to this number and grow this rate by this time. Whereas male founders tend to, and again, generalization, but there's data to support this. They tend to promise like best case scenarios. Like, so even if everything goes perfectly, this is what we can get to. And so I would say, as a woman, if you're pitching, I would really consider pitching, your best case scenario that you feel comfortable with. As a risk-averse person myself, I'm not out there, always pitching the moon and the sun by no means, but I do think it's really important to really put your best foot forward and know that if you believe you can do it, say you can do it, and say that in the pitch and make sure that comes across. So I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel, for your time. It was really great and amazing session, and I am reading some comments from audience. They're super excited for having you in this event. So let's say that let's keep in touch and let's meet in our next event. So thank you and see you guys. Çok sağ olun burada iştirak elədiyinizə görə. Növbəti FemTech tədbirlərində sizi hər birinizi görmək ümidi ilə. Hələlik.
Thank you. Bye-bye.